Hello, my friends. Let's put up the camera here. Bright and early. Dude, I hate their team comp. What's happening? I think I want escapability in this game. Making sure this still works. No, you don't work. Why don't you work? Oh, okay, there we go. Just for later. I'll get back to that. Some sound back on. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely going for the safe options here on the Charybdis. Into Skadi as well. I don't know this matchup, but I imagine it's probably not in my favor. Though I guess I assume my one does my one go through the dock? Or at least like take like another tick of it or something? It does? Okay, I guess it's a fine matchup then. Could be worse. I'm definitely getting the same vibes as I did yesterday. I'm going for pen. I'm feeling the pen build. Because my job with like this whole game, if we ever get to team fighting, will be having to kill Kumba and Bacchus. Unless Loki kills me first or something. They're both gonna have thorns as well. Like both Bacchus and Kumba gonna have thorns and Blinker probably. It's gonna be great. Can't wait. Cherry wins that matchup, you think so? I feel like Skadi almost wins every matchup when she gets a few items online, because she can start poking so easily. So when I play duel, I always ban Skadi for that reason. Once Skadi gets items online, she's such a fucking menace. She pokes you so easily, the dog does so much damage. Yeah, I think the matchup might be good, I guess, if I knew how to play the matchup. This is the first time, so we'll see how it goes. It's kind of like the Tyr Hercules matchup. Like, if you haven't played it before, you might not know which one actually wins that matchup. Because Hercules wins that matchup pretty convincingly. But it's not like Tyr has no play at all, but when you know how to play against it as Hercules, you generally win that matchup. A Barrow on Loki will be scary. Dude, did Ducky go off? Where did Ducky go? Oh, I think we got baby gamed. We might actually have gotten like two different yeah, two different games are going. Damn. We got split up, man. I wanted to be with or against Ducky for once. Shit.
Huh. I thought these were sold out. Nice.
What a nightmare. I'm starting Aussie on this one for sure.
Take them out one by one.
Yeah, I know pretty much what Cryptis does. It's just the matchup specifically. I can be very strict.
Okay, thanks.
It's alright.
Oh, you rock my world.
No, you have some fine specs. I appreciate that.
as I was saying, I'm pretty strict on myself when it comes to knowing specific matchups. Like, that's also why I don't just randomly pick something that I don't even know how to play. Like, I don't want to play Anubis if I don't know how to play Anubis. And even then, like, I know how to play, should we say, like on her, but I don't know how to play on her in solo. And so I would want to do that at least once to get a feel for it. So I can be a bit weird when it comes to stuff like that. My point being in this matchup is that I've never played Charybdis against Skadi, so I don't know how to respond to her specific abilities as Charybdis. Is it the worst? No, not really. It's just me overthinking usually.
Execute kill.
It's a fucking fly. Don't you fucking dare fly into my face like you just did during the game, asshole. Oof. Forced into my 3 here, but...
Enemy spotted. Restart and try again.
Yeah, they're being very careful.
Code injection. Quick download.
I'll just use my pots. Honestly, I should have used the pot before. I don't know why I held it for so long. Yeah. Too much wave left to chase that.
Restart and try again.
That's so close too. Didn't have anything left after Bacchus went down.
Deliver code injection. be done.
No, I don't. They're not my favorite bosses in Dark Souls 3.
Deliver code.
They're definitely top 5, but I don't think Lothric and Lorien are in my top 3, even. I love them very much, though. But again, Dark Souls also has the most consistently good bosses for me, I think, in the franchise.
New
So,
gear.
some of the bosses in general just... yeah, they're just all up there. And they're just one of them. I do think I had like a small gripe with them, because the camera can definitely be a bit of annoying part on that boss, which is a bit of a negative. The constant teleporting makes the camera freak the fuck out sometimes. Well, that's unfortunate.
Deliver code. Injection.
Sobek needs to go help mid.
Power siphon installed.
It's time. Otherwise, I'm gonna start falling really far behind in XP as Scotty as well.
Execute kill command.
Scotty's just gotta be really tanky. This is absolutely a don't even fight. Like, don't even try to fight this matchup until I have some items online.
Deliver code. Injection. Flood of power.
Just kill the dog, man! Dude, you gotta be fucking kidding me!
Compliments to the chef.
Restart and try.
Oh, well that's... that's unfortunate.
I thought
Dude, I didn't fucking believe that.
nice.
She should have been dead. I even hit her with my 2.
Your left tower is under
Man, that sucks, man.
two
Daji should have had her.
better than one. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Yeah, I could have killed the dog fast enough myself if I just did it faster, but Daji was also just not going on Scotty for the longest time.
We are the hunters.
Dude, Sentryed? Fucking oof.
Deliver code. Injection. Our speed is unmatched. Enemy spotted behind us.
There was also the target swap to Loki, or she swapped to Skadi instead of Loki when I ulted Loki. Then she dashed, like she jumped away. That's also just unfortunate. It was just a really strange fight. We could have won very easily if we just played it slightly better. Loki was stunned. And when she teeped, like I thought she was gonna finish him off. And so I swapped back to him.
You think you could have just passed away like that?
I legitimately think none of us should have died in that fight. We should have killed both of them before Ra even showed up. And none of us would have died. Fucking Loki's there.
Deliver code.
Okay, some, maybe a little time. Joker on the meat. Nice job.
Execute kill command.
Yeah, I'll just back here.
Quick download, sweet new gear.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left. Our speed is unmatched. Version. Okay. Enemy ultimate down.
A strong concoction.
Dude. Sobek did not have to take that kill. Why? Okami, why? Should just let the jungler get that. He's dead. I need a ward, man.
Any secret stuff in the back? I won't snitch.
We gotta feed the carries.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's not bad him getting killed, but still.
Enemy ultimate down.
When it's a for sure kill, I would say give it to the jungler. 100%.
I'll defend.
Yeah, I mean, Sobek's same level as me. Okay.
Kill command.
Enemy ultimate down.
Retreat left lane.
Sorry.
Prepare then.
We need to just
Execute.
leave this.
Left lane.
Because I'm just... Yeah. Sobek cannot be same level as me and still be leeching. That's too much.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Flood of power.
Retreat.
And Loki's doing both sub-buffs, I'm pretty sure. Because he went down to green again. So just a... This game is weird. We're doing some really, really badly timed ganks here. Like, watch this. Okay, that's still up. Green is done, I imagine. Yeah, green's done.
Execute kill command.
What the fuck is this? I guess I'll do cooldown. Probably should do pen, to be honest. Yeah, Scotty's got a 2-level lead. For actually no reason.
Deliver code injection. Central.
Enemy missing. An enemy has been slain.
Data.
Just get out. We got a kill.
Enemies incoming left. Best of luck.
I thought these were sold out.
Dude, rank 2 is so expensive of kins now. It's insane. 1550 is insane for a rank 2 item. That's nuts. Can I see the IG build? Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting for this green to spawn now. Fuck it.
Enemy missing left.
I actually low-key think I can take
Ally has been slain.
Scotty if the situation is right, so... She has 2 levels on me though, it's scary. It can be done, but I have to play it so well.
Wow. He must have choking on the meatball. not again! An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left. Cancel that. We are the hunters.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
I think once I have Kins online, I will probably take the fight with Scotty. She's got so much HP that if I just, you know, play it well, I should win the trade.
Execute kill command.
You must have broken on the meatball. Thanks. Your right tower is under attack. Yes. Nice job.
Deliver code inject. Enemy missing left.
No, dude.
They have all the sweet new
That sucks.
gear.
You know what? My wave is pretty far away. I can wait this on.
Embrace nature's swiftness.
I need this shit. It's too important.
Enemies of the cold fury. On my way.
A quick download.
Enemy spotted.
On my way.
You think you can adjust
They're just too many it.
away like that?
You have some fine specs. I appreciate that.
Nice job. Enemy spotted. An enemy has been slain.
Execute kill. We've become.
Dude, he juked me.
Mamma mia, not again.
And he also hit me with this. Damn it.
Retreat.
Yes.
Sad. I was juked.
Right tower is under attack.
Deliver code inject.
Rocket be coming, so I'm just gonna get out.
Be careful. Your right tower. Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Did not expect Loki there, but they got both my actives too. I don't know. It's probably too late for me to do Stormseeker now, but I low-key want to do Stormseeker.
Hello, myself. As usual.
It's kind of a PogChamp item on Charybdis with her auto attacks.
Take a closer look.
Enemies of the fire giant. Your structure is under attack.
Enemy missing left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Execute kill command.
Your ally has been
Our data is unmatched. Our new potential.
Dude,
Miss down.
I don't know why I even turned around for my ult. That was so silly. She just waited for me, dude. Fuck. Alright. Time to just actually chill and not do anything. They got too... Scotty's team just got him too far ahead now. 2 levels is too much for me to deal with. This late, that is.
maybe a little salty in her son.
Dude, I still need to look at actual ADC builds. Because I don't like what I'm actually building.
A quick download.
I gotta do something better than this. It feels wrong. I'm AFK farming now. I'll still rotate. I still think I can do some decent damage. But I'm not trying to fight Scotty anymore.
Deliver code injection.
Fucking everyone's around in left jungle.
Prepare then execute.
Enemies at the Cold Fury.
Why are they all going for me, dude? Like, I can't go in there. I'm gonna fucking jump and Loki's behind me and shit.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
Be careful, lad. Retreat.
Can't fucking do anything about this shit. Yeah, give him my fucking items.
I thought these were sold out. Nice.
I feel like we should have just went on Loki there. But we need, like, someone who can actually CC him to go on him. I obviously don't have any fucking CC. And right now, with him being 20, I'm just dying if I try to fight him.
Okay. Retreat left lane.
My sincerest apologies.
Blast it all away.
I need some farm, man. I can't even really walk up. Like, I'm by far the lowest level in this fucking game. Even looking at fucking Sopek, at least he's not behind. He's on par with their support. I'm so far behind. Because my farm getting fucking stolen. Why does this happen every game for me? It happens when I play solo. It happens when I play fucking ADC.
Deliver code injection.
Even playing Charybdis, I'm just dying.
A quick download. Spotted.
Yeah, Loki's actually just looking for me.
Ultimate is ready.
Oh, they have all the sweet new gear.
Enemies incoming. Team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Lot of power. Execute kill command.
Think you're gonna just pop it away like that? Over here.
Enemies in left lane.
Your left tower is
Dude, he got solo too. That sucks.
Your structure is under attack.
Data.
Left beat is under attack.
Everything's falling apart.
Been destroyed.
We are the hunters.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted.
We didn't get combo 2.
Your right phoenix is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your right phoenix has been destroyed. Unfortunate soul.
Yes.
I need 20 before the next fight breaks out, no matter what.
Recover code and jet.
He can try to steal that if he wants. I'm out.
Huh. I thought these were sold out. Nice.
Maybe I should have gone Embrace for this one. Don't chase it, guys. If they can get it, that's great. But I don't see it happening.
No way like that. Sorry.
Let's see if we can secure red real quick.
Enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Oh, I can't even take it.
Feel nature's wrath. Enemies in the left lane. Cancel that.
Let's make a scene. Execute. Hello. Oh, look. We've become.
Dude, I'm just dead.
Error. It's all going.
Not again.
Yeah, that's done.
Man a cause.
Like, I'm not really sure what... Everything went wrong in this game, to be fair. I was being camped in the end, not really being able to farm and get anything online by fucking Loki, as well as not a single time in any of the team fights was there any peeling for anyone. Loki and Bacchus and Kumba, whatever the fuck, were always just doing whatever they wanted. This was really weird. I couldn't get in at all. I could just hit one of the front lines a little bit. The one time I killed, quote unquote, killed someone was Kumba and his fucking passive. And I couldn't finish him off, because guess fucking what? Bacchus was in front of me as well. So, what the fuck, man? Can't say he didn't work, though. Okami definitely worked. Skadi with a 28k, though. There's definitely an ADC diff, but he also didn't have anyone on him in his whole fucking game. No, it's fine, Okami. It happens. I'm just generally after my games. I don't judge anyone. I just I point out what went wrong in our games. It's all good. It happens. I could have played better myself too. I shouldn't have gotten soloed by Scotty, but Scotty played it well. She was just waiting for me inside purple buff when I ran back, and she just fucking caught me with nothing. That was bad too. It was still after she got a pretty big lead, but I mean, were we the same level, I probably would have died anyway. Yeah, I got no she's slow me on the 3. Yeah, she's rough to deal with. She's really annoying. I think another big thing in this is there was a pretty big jungle diff. I don't want to throw like the jungle under the bus either, but Barrow is very good. Barrow is very good. He was very much a nuisance on my side for sure. And that's just also just the fact that I don't think Daji is that good. You beat Daji and she doesn't really follow you after that. Loki kills you or he dies. It's about that. It's a kill or be killed for the Loki rather than Daji going in and ulting, they just beats and they're out. So no kill happens. Would I like more the Shadowkeep storehouse area or the Grand Archives in Lothar Castle? I think Shadowkeep is kind of peak, to be honest. Just overall as a legacy dungeon. Compared to, I mean, if you compare a full Dark Souls area to like a legacy of the Shadowkeep, I kind of think the Shadowkeep wins. I think the design on Shadowkeep is absolutely insane. It's peak. Yeah, I've been getting more ADC than solo lately. There's too many solo, like high tier solos right now. I'm not getting it. Alright, let's bring it back up. Alright, and so we continue with Bloodborne. Now, I do think Cleric Beast is very good, but I also don't want to put it too high. But it's very good as like a, you know, it is the first boss, but you can technically meet a different boss as well. So I would still count it as the first boss of Bloodborne. I think it's nice and simple, and it's also somewhat difficult as just as a first boss. I think it's probably one of the more difficult first bosses. Yeah, no worries, Okami. We're not even talking about. We don't have to talk about Elden Ring either. Right now, this is just Bloodborne. It's all the FromSoft games, and Elden Ring is all the way down here. So don't worry about it, man. It's gonna be a long time before I even get to Elden Ring. But I get it though. We might end up talking about it a little bit anyway. So if you want to leave, that's fine. If not, I don't think we're gonna be talking about it. And now that we know you're here, we can just not talk about it. So anyway, Cleric Beast, probably just kind of middle of the road, I think, for me. Because I think it's good. It's a very good first boss, but I don't want to put it too high for it being as simple as it is. Yeah, no worries. We won't talk about it while you're here. Cleric Beast. Who is Help in the Jungle? Did someone rename? Who are you, person? Why are you on my friend list? Cleric Beast. I think average is good. Should be fine. Can you move Call? Which one are you talking about? Who's Call? Oh, I see the column. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can do that. So like this. Yeah, cool thematically, cool lore. We can do that. Ah, god damn it. Give me a second. My alarm. The alarm. Alright, I'm gonna turn my cam off for a second. I also need to do picks and bans here, so I'll focus on this. Just otherwise I'll just forget about it. Oh, is it call instead of cool? Yeah, we can. I moved it down. It makes sense to have them closer to each other, considering they're not exactly like. They kind of screw up the. I don't know. It looks a bit weird. I agree. Changing it is good. Now, where'd my camera go? I'm just turning off for a second. I need to take my daily pills here. So I'm just gonna turn off the cam for that. Just in case. That's why my alarm went off. Just a reminder. Okay. What am I playing here? What am I playing here? Vamana? It's not horrible here. That's true. It's not bad. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's been a while. I might get counterpicked now, though. Yeah. Cleric Beast and average. I'll probably just stick to that. I'll throw it next to the other beginners here with Vanguard and Asylum. I think they're just kind of equal in that. They're giving you a good sense of how the game works and preparing you for what's ahead. Father Gascoigne. Now this one is a bit different. I think Father Gascoigne is amazing. It is a very difficult first boss if you end up going in a different direction of Cleric Beast. Honestly, I think it's great. I think he's up here, to be honest. I think Father Gascoigne is awesome. He's real fucking hard when you get to him. And you're not used to Bloodborne yet. He's fucking hard. So yeah, I'll throw him up there. Cool lore, cool boss, cool design, everything. Bloodstabbed Beast. The first boss I actually hated in Bloodborne because of the what is it even called? The status effect it had. I didn't really like that much. I thought it was just unnecessary difficulty because the boss itself wasn't that difficult, and it really isn't. It's just added with essentially poison on top of it. Just didn't make it very fun to me. So I don't want to say it's bad in any way, but I actually think I'm gonna go through it on average. I didn't like it very much. It's definitely better than some of the Dark Souls 2 bosses here. I'll throw it here. Probably you can go down there. That should be okay. Witch of Hemwick. I mean, it's kind of garbage tier, I think. Maybe it's closer to kind of boring, but I'll just throw it in garbage because I think it's probably one of the weaker, if not the weakest, Bloodborne bosses. It's just kind of, yeah, you know. Vicar Amelia. I'm not gonna lie, I don't remember this boss very well. I don't think it's bad. I don't have the feeling that I didn't enjoy it, but I don't remember it being that good to me. I thought it was just kind of okay. I'll probably just throw it in good, like low good, but I don't remember it that well. Saved by the lore. Yeah. We can throw it high average, probably. Yeah, I'll throw it with Bloodstabbed Beast. I feel probably somewhat the same about these. It's just Amelia is more on the boring side rather than the annoying side where Bloodstabbed Beast is. But kind of ranking them about the same. Alright. What am I looking at here? Is that... Wait, who's this? It's gonna be Xing Chen, I guess. Because that's gonna be an ADC... Wait, where is Bigodongstorm going? Dude, what the fuck is their comp? Whatever. We'll see what I what I end up against. What the hell, man? I feel like I have to go for some kind of protection, though. Probably Shing Jungle. So yeah, okay, I might be against Biggie Doinks then on the Ymir. Which means Abyssal Stone would actually not be that bad. I could also just do shifters to make it more safe. I'm risking it for the biscuit, because I don't want to deal with I don't want to deal with the Ymir without protection early, to be honest. I'm getting an early Kusari. Either way, it's not bad, because I imagine one of the 3 magicals here. I'm prepared with protection now. But yeah, should be good. Early Kusari. Like, actually, is this gonna be... If it is Ymir, it's gonna be double magical, dude. That's the worst case scenario for me. That's for mana. Classic. Every time I go for mana, I always meet a bunch of magical. I'm gonna play this one safe, I think. Ymir clears this so fucking fast. He's got one of the most insane clear at level 2. Okay, he actually went the safe start, it seems. Yeah. That's alright. It's not a bad beginning.
That's too bad. You think you can just pass away like that?
Oh. Aw, unnecessary poke. Excuse me, what the fuck was that lack? 80 ping? Dude, don't fucking give me a bad server against Ymir. I fucking don't need that. Dude, okay. He caught my one. I don't fucking believe it, man. Today is not my day so far.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'm tilting. I can feel the tilt. Every server is bad today? That's fucking great. That's fucking great.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, Vamana is not a good god on ping. If you can't hit your autos, it's gonna be fucking rough. I'm really sad, because this is not even a bad matchup for Vamana. But now it's become it, because I can't fight him anymore. Being 3 level, not 3, at least a full level down.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. He essentially has a level and a half on me.
Ultimate is ready.
I'm playing it safe. I did not take my ult though, like an idiot.
Your left tower is under attack.
Nice. That's good for me, though. If I can steal some XP, that's great.
Group up. Some other time.
Yeah, we should start hitting the point where I can actually win this matchup.
Enemy ultimate down.
I'll wait. He doesn't have TP. I'll just clear the wave fast and go back.
Complete. Stop coming through. An ally has been slain. Two meatballs, better than one. Bulletproof food. Compliments to the chef. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Sit tight, shorty.
Two more items, and this matchup is easy. No problem. For the record, I probably would have had him by myself, but that's fine.
Enemy spotted. Out of my way, numbnuts.
All good. We got him.
Enemy missing left.
That's what's up. Stepping away for a moment. 50 steps. Enemy, be careful. Incoming.
Yeah, I see that the ping went down again, which literally only means that the servers are unstable. Because now it's back to 60, which it usually is around, I would say, the 40s, 40 to 60-ish, if on like a good server. But it's going up a bit. Like it was at 80 before. That rarely happens.
Be right back. Enemy ultimate down. Attack right
I don't think we should be attacking that at all.
On my way. I'll attack left leg. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. I'm on it. Bulletproof boot.
Against their team comp, I'm a bit unsure on what I want to build, to be honest. Because I do want Kins, probably, in this game. But if I go Kins as well as having Hasten, I'm gonna be real squishy. Probably did need to beat it, but that's fine.
Stepping away for a moment.
Enemy missing right.
On my way.
Enemy spotted. Bad.
On my way.
Completed.
Poke more.
On my way. Attack. 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 Ultimate is down.
Wow! You must have choking on the meatball.
Out of my way, numbnuts.
This could be good, actually. Come here.
Defend left. I'm on it.
Nice job. Coming through.
An awkward exchange. I think I am just gonna do it. It feels better. I'm just gonna do it. Not to mention their comp kind of makes it easier for me to stick to someone. Like both a dash down Xing, I mean the frontline in general is what I'm talking about, don't have great escapability. Xing has the double jump, which can definitely help, but if I can catch them with it down, which they tend to use, because all of them kind of needs to use them, or both of them. Xing Chen kind of uses it for damage, especially if he's going jungle. Athena uses it often to initiate unless she's got blink. That's my opportunities to attack them.
Retreat middle lane.
Damn.
Out of my way, numbnuts. Fall now. Who's fall now?
Dude, I don't believe that. He caught me dash in my ult. Like, mid-transformation? What the fuck, man? How? He caught me mid-transformation? I didn't even know that was a thing. The animation didn't even finish. I couldn't even do anything. What the fuck, man? Okay. Sure, buddy. I'm thinking the shifters could be nice here. They have such a mix, man. They have such a mix.
Completed.
We lost everything here.
No words now.
Attack.
I didn't know Yor was so loud. Has he always been so loud? It's almost like seeing angry.
Enemy spotted. Quickbuster attack.
Yeah, he actually kind of hurts. Though I'm guessing it was probably the creeps more than him, to be honest. Lost so many archers. He is still building full damage. Oh, everyone's dead. No?
Mamma mia, not again! Fresh meat has been tenderized. Moi, compliment to the chef. Out of my way! Under attack. Rip a key.
Dude. Oh my god, Cupid has Blink?
You have been slain.
Finally be alone,
Okay. Why wouldn't he have Blink? Who is the Cupid? It's just called Carry. Dude, it's probably... Is that gonna be that Apollo guy? Everyone is still here. Sure, just bit him.
An enemy has been slain.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Should be Jack's build. Thoth, Devo, or not Devo, Deso. And Polly. You're pretty early, Polly. But I'm not like a Kulkan expert, so... For all I know, it's the best thing you could ever get. I wish my Blink was up in that last fight. That would have gone so well. I could have finished off Chiron at least.
Your left tower is under attack.
Defend the Gold Fury. Enemies in the middle lane. Defend the Gold Fury.
Thank you, Athena. That was great.
Enemies at the fire giant.
I don't think I can afford, to be honest, to go against this game. I think I just have to rely on getting acts of animosity, and that's gonna be it.
On my way. I'll attack left lane.
That was party anchovy.
Enemies at the fire giant. Some of it. On my way.
Ymir's gonna do that so fast.
Attack right lane. Completed.
Has destroyed the pyramid.
Attack.
Enemy spotted. Better recognize.
Fresh and juicy.
All right.
No. Somewhat early animosity for me, honestly.
Bulletproof boot.
This is good for me.
Okay.
On my way.
I'm not much of a threat without my ult, though. Oh, my fucking blink was interrupted with creeps, dude.
Enemies behind us.
He got the fucking resurrect on Apollo! Damn it, dude. I only went in because Apollo did. I shouldn't even have followed. I do think this is kind of a Midgardian game, to be honest. It feels like a Midgardian game. It's either that or an Archdruid, but Archdruid isn't really that good for me here.
Serpent swiftness.
Dude, Jack just bringing that Cupid stun into everyone, that's... great. The more the merrier.
Our time together must not be cut short. Now we can finally be alone.
Ymir just doing fire. I'm gonna join Ymir on this trip to Fire Giant.
Defend the fire giant.
I'm on it. On my way. Move it, Buster.
Better than one.
Where are they at? Yeah, we didn't kill any of them. Where the hell did they go? It was so tempting to wait, but if if the rest of them showed up, it would have been bad for me.
Bon appetito.
I had to just go on Ymir.
Nice job.
Athena ult. I thought he just dashed. I suck. Kill him. Kipper got him. Ymir just soloing objectives. Dude, I hate Athena with a fucking passion. This god just... You don't need to be that good on it. You just need to know when to dash in and taunt someone. Ugh. Athena actually makes me mad. I'm so fucking tired of Athena. There's too much shit to ban in Smite these days, man.
Yes. Attack the minions.
Dude, we can't let Ymir solo fire. There's no way. It's not an EFG, I suppose, but still. Should've gone Kins. We'll see what happens when team fighting comes around. The thing is, remember, I'm getting power from this. I'm like, we have an Apollo, right?
Be careful.
Apollo also has Kins. I feel like I don't need it as well. We can absolutely kill them. We just need a better fight. I will kill anyone in front of me if I don't die, you know? I mean, duh, but still. Alright, my ult's back up. That's just a dead Khepri. I'm dead. Dude, Ymir wasn't even in this fight. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, no match against big doinks. You can't do it. Impossible.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Yeah, because that pretty much went as well as it could have for me. Getting the 2 carries out of the fight, obviously with help from the jungler there. I just doesn't feel like we have anyone else. Dude, that was the first Cupid death too. I don't fucking believe that. The Blink Cupid died for the first time, guys. We got him. Yeah, it's big doings as a world. We just live in it. I forgot to press no. I didn't actually want to surrender this. I don't think it's completely over. It's like an 80% chance over, but I feel like the last 20%, if we get just one good fight, damn it, man. I forgot to press. But whatever. Oh, well. Second time, yeah. I mean, this one was really on me, for the most part. Yeah, Finner just was never present. Yeah, I felt like you were kind of into it pretty fast in this game. Camping Ymir was not a bad idea, but it felt like we didn't really do anything on the rest of the map anyway. I don't think we really had a big chance. Not really much we could have done here. Dude, three of them didn't even ward. How did we still not have any vision? I still don't know who the fuck Carrie is. I'm just curious. I wonder if it's someone we actually know. Because this person is just kind of clapping everyone at this point. I can only imagine it's the same guy who was called Apollo. That's my only theory. Yeah, having like no CC immune like either jump, dash, or no CC immune ult, and you're against two heavy beats forcers you can't get away from. I don't blame you for this. It's a rough fucking time. I think Fenrir was kind of experiencing the same thing to a certain extent. Like he obviously has his ultimate as a response, but yeah, killing Shang Chen or Athena when there's a Chiron hitting you is also not really the greatest outcome. I think the biggest difference for us in this game was that we had a passive support, I think. I think if we also had an aggressive support, we would probably have had a much better time. I don't blame Ericsson for this, though, in any way, but having Kipri here doesn't really help us much. We have kind of shitty initiation, I think. We can have Meat be doing it for the most part. I can, but only with Blink Up. How to handle try pressure early on, full on his melee character. He got full pressure on me very fast and put me 500 down very easily. I mean, if you mean this game, or if you mean solo, I'm speaking specifically from solo. So your question is what you do against what specifically? Like how do I handle what? Try pressure? Tier pressure. Okay. Tier pressure. Very much depends on what god you're playing. But the one thing you want to do when Tyr is doing his thing is you want to make sure he's just not hitting you. Just pick one. I mean, if you have a strip counter, then yeah, sure. If you play Guardians, I can show you very easily what you do. My good boy Cerberus here pretty much shits on Tyr because of his passive. So if you pick Cerberus, you should be just fine. You don't level your 1, you level rather you don't level your 2, you level your 1 because he can drop your 2 so easily with any of the knockups. You level the 1, you stand near him when he heals, you steal some of that healing, make sure he doesn't actually heal up that much, and you just keep poking him. Then you should win that matchup. Sobek, kind of same thing. He just doesn't, Sobek isn't as big of a lane bully as Cerberus is, but Sobek can do the same kind of thing. Cthulhu, you need to stay back. You're not winning that matchup. Yorm, I mean, Yorm is not bad either. He can never knock you up. So, that's not bad. But he might outdamage you. So that's still you still have to be a little careful. I don't think, like, Yorm pretty much straight up counters Tyr. You should never lose this matchup. But you do have to be a little careful not to overstay your welcome. Because Tyr has unexpectedly high damage when he just hits you. So you still gotta be careful. I think most Guardians actually do somewhat well into Tyr. Even Bake Kujira, I think, is pretty good into Tyr. You a Bake in your game against them? Yeah, I think you gotta be very careful on when you dash. That's the main thing. You probably want to let him dash before you dash. Either that or I imagine, like, who's actually the dominant one? Which dash wins? If you dash tier 1 against Bake 3, who wins? I don't actually know that. I would imagine Bake wins. Tier wins? Okay, because Bake counts as a stun. Tier should win? Okay. Yeah, then you have to bait his 1 out, because you don't want to be in front of him, obviously. Bagua is generally the most boring character in the game. I kind of like him right now. I might play him in my next game if I get solo. I think he's a lot of fun. I recently actually had so much fun with him. Yeah, I'm probably not the best at asking specifically for Baki Kujira matchups because I haven't played him enough to really know fully. But what I imagine you generally do, especially on gods that can't deal with tiers 1, you stay back and we just wait until he's done it. Once he's done it, you can just go in. Tyr doesn't have anything after that. The only scary thing he really does is, give me a second here, guys.
your god.
If we end up wanting mid jungle, we might have a problem. But as long as my team is okay with me having a very unpracticed jungle, then we're fine. No one's saying anything, so I imagine that we'll be okay. I'm sure it's fine. Go back your jungle? No. I don't want to do that. That's definitely not what I want to do. Dude, which assassin can I even play? I haven't played any of the assassins in years. Except for one, but I only know how to play that one in solo. I could just do Vamana, but I don't want to do that either, because then I have to build damage on Vamana. That's kind of disgusting. I think Chaac would be the easy one for me, because that's something that will be useful no matter what. Dude, I'm kind of nervous now. I haven't played jungle in a long time. Dude, I can't play Circuit. Let me show you how much I've played Circuit in all the time she's been out. She's ranked 2. And I probably only played her... this works. I probably only played her because... because of Assault. Yeah, Big Dykes Jungle. Dude, I can't wait to see the Ymir. Dude, fucking headset. Can you just sit right? Goddamn. Dude, he actually went shock. Confirmed he's watching the stream.
Pick your god.
Dude. I don't even know what to pick. Maybe I just do a Charybdis again. Okay, screw it. I'll pick something that can make me useful on the opposite side of the map. Thank you for the tier advice. Yeah, no problem, man. Tier is actually not that like insane to deal with anymore, I think. And especially right now. I think the most important thing going for Guardian solo right now is building the correct thing. Because Guardians right now are the best solo laners because of the current builds. They're insane. Some of the Guardians will fuck anything up much faster than any warrior. We're talking about Curse Weaver at the moment. Curse Weaver is something. Death Toll. Dude, I can't believe I forget this every time. I need to look up an ADC build. Do we have any ADC mains? I need to figure this shit out. This can't happen every game. I'm doing Aussie though.
Accessorize.
I eat gods like you for breakfast. And right now, I'm very hungry.
Hey, fun, but what's up, man? Aussie, hey, student, you're around. Thank God. Tell me, what the fuck do I build? I feel like the build I've had on ADCs lately is fine, but I don't know what the fuck is actually the build since the last patch. Dom Rage XCD, okay. Damn, really? You go just full crit? You go Dom right after Aussie? Like, legitimately just second? Game starting by... Bye. Wait, we're against each other, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Shit. Oh, Sylvanas, Sylvanas, Sylvanas. Yeah, I don't envy the Ares either. Dude, my enemy supports always try hard. What is this? Every game. Last time it was a fucking Bacchus that kept jumping me in lane.
Be careful, left. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy spotted.
Out of this fire and into the frying pan.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Close. And they got that shitty heal. If I had my two, dude. If only I had my two. Yeah, I was close, but I should have just tried to get out instead. Us falling behind here is real bad. Because I believe... Okay, they're too low to invade at least.
Your right tower is under attack.
Dude. I had to before they invaded, man. I'll back if I need to again. I got fucking destroyed. Alright. I'm leveling my two for this. Having fun is cringe? It kind of is, yeah. If you have fun, that means you're a loser. How's the queue? The queue is good itself, but the games have not been very good. I'm pretty sure I'm on a losing streak. Even in the games I have played well. Dude, this carry guy is way too fucking good. Who is he?
Ain't got time to bleed.
The way he plays is very impressive, I'll admit. Who is he? Where was he born?
You think you gonna just pass away like that? Wow, he must have joking on the meatball. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay. Behind us.
You're not again.
Eyes open.
When do I learn? I guess I'm back anyway, so I can get Aussie.
Many things that go blink.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, early stream, what's this? Yeah, I got up somewhat early today, I decided why not. Might as well. Not to mention, I knew it was gonna get really hot today, so I decided to just get the stream while it's still actually kinda cool.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy ultimate down. Enemies behind us.
Gained right lane. Compliments to the shed. Your
Be
right
right
tower.
back.
Here's no dash for a little while. Oh. Nice. Dude. Who is he? Who is this man?
Your middle tower is under
What did students say to build again? Dom Rage? So I need to go Dom first. Isn't that very early for Dom? Shouldn't... At this point I feel like I should just do Rage. I don't know.
Be right back.
Check it out.
Okay. Of all the things not to expect, that wasn't one of them.
Compliments to the shed. Your right tower.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Literally everyone is getting shit on outside of solo. I think next time I get jungle, I'll just let someone... I'll just pick something easy to jungle with and just fucking AFK, I guess. I can't ADC for some reason. But there's also this carry guy who's just a god for some reason too. I don't know what's happening.
Enemy spotted.
I already built the wrong thing, because I'm an idiot.
Enemy ultimate's down.
On my way.
An ally has been slain.
Of course, why wouldn't they have sprint as well? Yeah, it's Jover. I don't know about an early surrender just yet, but dude, I'm building Dom instead. Fuck it. I'll build what Student said, but he might be baiting me on the opposite team. I don't think he is.
An enemy has been slain. You think that you can just pass away like that? Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt some. Two meatballs
Eyes
is better
open.
than one. Buon appetito! Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. I ain't got time. Retreat. Right enemies in the right jungle.
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Many things that go
Tower
blink.
has been destroyed.
I still believe in us. Eventually they will get overconfident, trust me. Just like Kernos did, and he died for it. Proof? Right there. Oh, okay. Dude, he did so much damage to me. Because I fucking dashed in like an idiot. Nice. I imagine buffs are being lost here. Man, my lane was pushed. I need this lane to push, man. I'm not getting any farm.
On my way.
Dude, the Sylvanas is 2 levels higher than me.
Help middle lane.
On my way.
Time to put their lights out.
Although I fall, new life will spring forth.
We're fighting back, boys.
Your left tower is under attack.
I finally got a kill.
Your right tower is under a fire giant. Your left tower has been destroyed.
What do you actually level up? It's just the attack speed? Movement speed as well, okay. Probably worth it.
Attack the Gold Fury. Cancel that.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
Wow. He must have choker on the meatball.
Enemy attack the Gold Fury.
I just bagged, man. I'm not around for this.
Enemies incoming.
Enemies in right lane. Check it out.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, so maybe a little salt beer had some.
That's my bad. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
It's just unfortunate timing. I had to back, and then they called it the second I backed. Literally in base when that call went out. Oh no. Dude, my autos were just progressively getting more laggy at that time. Servers are dying. It's official.
Your structure is under attack. Enemy missing right.
They're probably just gonna go fire at this point, right?
Enemy ultimate down. An enemy has been slain.
That's the wrong shit.
Full attack right lane. Big boss down.
They don't seem to be doing fire yet, so I'm just pushing.
You think you gonna just pass away like that?
This kind of works for me, getting some easy farm. Catching up.
Your left tower is under attack.
Eyes open.
I has been slain.
It's the Google's ult. Dude, what? He crit me, I guess. At the same time as his 2. That just did 1,000 damage. Alright. Dude, my ADC is so sloppy, but once again, we just always...
Artillery fire.
Incoming!
It's rough, man. Jack's out. I feel like I could have played this one better, obviously, but the biggest problem in this one wasn't really that I was against someone good. It was that I think, like, we also lost around mid, which just kind of resulted in me falling further behind. Because jungler showed up behind me, suddenly stealing my buffs again. Was the annoying chain effect of kind of both duo and mid losing, and dude, the fucking support was 2 levels above me. Twice in a row now, I've been ADC against someone who picks a very aggressive duo, and we just kind of forced under tower, losing everything. It's tough. Like before, well, what was it before? I was playing Charybdis with... I forgot actually. What was my support before? Oof, man, tough fucking losing streak. Sopic. Yeah, so we had Sopic into a Bacchus, and Bacchus kept jumping me in that lane as well. I was forced to constantly just go away. Oh, did I get baby gamed? What happened? This feels like it's a baby game now. Just can't do smite. Find it so unbearably boring, you just can't play properly because of it. It's fine, Jack. I don't think you should force yourself if that's how you feel about it. You did get baby gamed? Yeah. Damn it, dude. I'm probably in 2600s now. At least I'm solo, I guess.
Select your god.
Today has been pretty bad in terms of my own skill, I would say. But I will say, it's tough when you fall behind early. Especially as a carry in the current meta, I think. I actually legitimately hate playing ADC in the current meta. I really just don't enjoy it. There's too much camping in duo. It ain't fun, man. I enjoy mid more. I should just start playing mid. Spatial is the worst role, yeah. The thing is, I still enjoy playing hunters. That's the thing. I enjoy playing the gods more than anything else. They were my first pick. Am I just tryharding? Probably. I'll do the whale. Give me the golden whale. What happened to a Q game? Yeah, you're right. I can pull up. It's because I'm depressed. I'm so disappointed in myself today. I'm playing like shit. Well, this one's pretty easy. Dark Priest Parl can go in the garbage tier, because this boss sucks ass. Arguably the worst boss in Bloodborne. I hate it. It is actual shit. Shadows of Yharnam. It's an okay boss. A bit of a bullshit gangbang boss. I would say it's average though. Like it's fine. Is it? I would probably put it at like at the top of average. It's a rare, decent gang boss. It is, yeah. It's pretty cool. I don't think it's shit. Give me a second here. Oh man, the game got dodged. Oh well. There's probably Neo and all dodging just so we can continue the tier list. We had Big Doing Shamir carry. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what he does, and it actually works, so it's just for the best. So far, that Ymir has won almost every game. I'm just saying. I lost against it before. I won with it yesterday, or the day before. It's a bit of a 50-50 pick for sure. With that Ymir. It's fun to see, though. Right. Rom. What is the fucking title? Yeah, the Vacuous Spider. I think this one is a perfect one to go into cool lore meh boss. Or whatever boss. Very, very cool. But the boss itself is kind of eh. One Reborn. One Reborn is very, very cool. I actually feel like I want to put it in cool cinematically, but meh boss. The boss is pretty easy. I don't think it's bad by any means. I wouldn't even call it meh. But for the sake of it being incredibly cool cinematically and what it is, and thematically is, and what like the backdrop of that arena is so fucking cool. I'll probably throw it in. Yeah, probably something like that. Amygdala. Amygdala, however you fucking say it. Obviously very cool visually. And it probably again goes into the cool cinematically but meh boss. It's not really a very fun boss. It's kind of fucky when it comes to hitboxes as well. And it's kind of just too big for the camera to work normally. Unfortunately. But not a great boss to actually fight. Martyr Logarius. Now we can talk about a good fight. This boss is also one that was kind of overhyped for me. People were like, this boss is fucking insane, it's the best Bloodborne boss I've ever seen. And it wasn't. I kept hearing this shit. It's just good. I just think it's good. Honestly, probably at the top of good. I liked it, but it wasn't something insane and special. He's hella cool, yeah. He is, definitely. Crystal Emissary. I mean, this one goes into meh. It's just another gangbang boss, and it's incredibly easy too. It's kind of cool visually, but I don't feel like it's cool enough to go into the category. Ebrita's Daughter of Cosmos is pretty cool. I like Ebritas. Actually, somewhat difficult on the first playthrough too. I would put her in great. I think she's very cool. And visually also very, very satisfying. Kind of your first taste of the cosmic horror, I think. Not to mention the location where she is. It's kind of obscure. It's a pick and ban here.
Pick your guide.
Do we want something else first? Anyone want something? I would really like not to first pick. Did they ban the whale? No! The whale! My whale! Okay. Zebra's also banned. Dude, everything is banned. What a nightmare. We're going for the fun pick then. They banned all the fun guardians I wanted to play. Then I'm going for my third. Dude, they banned Cerberus, Cthulhu, and Cerberus. Yes, Cerberus, Cthulhu, and Cerberus. Cerberus, Cthulhu, and the whale. The trio. Mikolash. Cool lore, whatever boss. I like the idea and the experimentation of this boss, but this boss is not fun to do. On the very first time, I was like, this is pretty cool, kind of a puzzly-ish boss, but every single second playthrough I ever had to do of Bloodborne, I did not look forward to this boss. I don't want to do it again. It wasn't very fun. Like, I know what's happening, but it's I'm just chasing a crazy guy. So, whatever. Murder's Witness, kind of in the same thing. Cool lore, whatever boss. It's very simple. It's an incredibly simple boss. I do think it is cool, but I think cool lore with what's happening in the fight is much more interesting than putting it somewhere else. Yeah, I hate Mikolash, me too. He can fuck right off. Okay. Next up, we have German. And German is probably one of the coolest, if not the coolest, boss for a lot of people. Honestly, I feel like, no, because I think there are better bosses than German. He has to be the first one in Nearly Perfect. I think the only thing that maybe isn't perfect with him is just he's not hard enough. Maybe that's what I feel about it. Because in my playthrough, he was pretty easy. At least I didn't think he was that difficult. Dude, stop dodging! Another one dodged. We actually had such a fun comp too. I feel like we would have gotten shit on though. We got heavily outpicked here. Another dodge. Another Neo Smurf. I don't believe it. How do you have so many? German the first hunter, yeah. We'll put him in Nearly Perfect. Moon Presence. This is why I think I'm still kind of dumb. I'm pretty sure I never did this boss. I'm fully aware of it and how it plays out. But my dumbass, obviously the first time around, I didn't know that Bloodborne was going to be one of the annoying things where when you do an ending, it just completely goes into New Game Plus. That fucking sucks. I'm glad they aren't doing this anymore. But that's what happened the first time, so I didn't meet this boss. On the second playthrough, I prepared to meet this boss. I just didn't know you had to consume the umbilical cords to actually get this ending. And so I did the same fucking ending because I'm stupid. And so after that, I was like, I'm done. I didn't want to do it a whole game again. So I don't think I've done this boss yet. I will do it eventually. Because I will eventually play Bloodborne again. Like, I don't think I can stop myself from doing that. I'm just hoping that it will be in, let's say, a remake or a 60 FPS update. Because it will definitely happen, guys, trust me. So Moon Presence, I think, just has to go in the didn't fight section. Even though I'm very aware of the fight and what happens and stuff like that. Abhorrent Beast. What is Abhorrent Beast? Abhorrent Beast. Oh yeah, it's one of the dungeon bosses. I mean, it's not bad, but it's kind of meh, to be honest, and somewhat forgettable. I didn't spam the dungeons in Bloodborne like a lot of other people did. I found them pretty repetitive pretty quickly. I did do a lot of the bosses, but yeah. Once stuff started repeating, I wasn't interested anymore. I love Bloodborne, but not to that extent. So, I would say Abhorrent Beast just kind of goes into meh for me. Beast Possessed Soul. Dude, what the fuck? It's gonna be another dungeon boss, isn't it? Beast Possessed Soul. Dude, I don't even remember this boss. It's another dungeon boss for sure, but yeah, it's a bunch of challenge bosses. Yeah, challenge bosses. Yeah, there's a lot of them. I just don't honestly remember a lot of them, unfortunately. Bloodletting Beast. I mean, same thing. It's a repeat. I'm pretty sure this is a repeat, right? The Bloodletting Beast. No, is it? What is the Bloodletting Beast? Oh no, that's a different one. Well, I don't remember this one at all. It must be another chalice boss that I might not have met. Let me also pick something real quick, or ban something. Dude, the Guardian bans. It's crazy.
Pick your god.
Athena, man? Uh, what's even happening for me today? I'll do Yorm. I really wanted to play Clio, but I don't want to fucking... I don't want to do it into Athena, man. I can't be asked to. It's too much shit to ban. So anyway. Next up we have Keeper of the Old Lords. Who? I don't want to look them up anymore. If I don't remember them, it's whatever. Forgotten Madman, don't remember. Lauren Darkbeast. That is the dark... Yeah, garbage, go away. It's another Darkbeast, Paul. I don't like them. Yeah, Lauren, Silverbeast. Man-Eater Boar. I mean, it's just one of the big pigs. It's kind of whatever. This one can go into meh. It's just a normal enemy, so it's whatever. Yeah, I can't wait for the next dodge, man. It's gonna happen for sure. Merciless Watchers. Merciless Watchers. Oh yeah, that's the three dudes. I mean, it's kind of boring. It's another gangbang boss, and it's not really a very fun one either. It's meh. It's not boring, it's just meh. The Femurian Descendant. Dude, I don't remember. I more than likely have fought most of these bosses. I just don't remember them very well. I do remember the Elder, though. The Elder was pretty cool. It's just kind of, it's just average. It was decent. Didn't love it, didn't hate it. Undead Giants. I don't remember this either. Watchdogs of the Old Lords. Yeah, all of these are just... I do remember the Queen, as well. But also just... Yeah, it was average, it was fine. Okay. Living Failures. Living Failures is a meh boss. I'm sorry, it is. It's meh. It is above some of these though. Probably something like that. And yeah, I mean the last few are gonna be pretty easy for me, I think. Ludwig has to be goated. Everything is just goated. Lore, design, fight itself, the flow of the fight is just, yeah, it's perfect.
It smells like tuna! Have you
And
seen
like,
it?
it's arguably the most memorable thing in all of Bloodborne. For the majority of people, I would say.
I'll fight him if I have to.
I'll bite him if I have to. Is this a Thorns? Dude, I don't even know. I'll do Thorns, fuck it. I'm so indecisive today. Something is just wrong today. I just woke up with the wrong leg out of the bed, I guess.
An enemy has left the game.
Unfortunate. Lady Maria also goated. Like from the area setup to actually meeting the boss is insane. Like the visuals of the whole boss, the boss fight flow also is amazing. Yeah, just everything. Everything's goated. Lawrence. Lawrence might be interesting for some people in here. This might be a hot take. I think Lawrence is garbage. I fucking hate this boss. This boss is on an unfair side because of all this shit on the ground. It's so fucking bad. I hate this boss. And on top of that, it is difficult. So it's just a difficult shit boss, and I hate that. So that's about it. I fucking hate it. We're back in the game. I barely honestly remember the fight of Lawrence. I just remember fucking hating it. I remember being so annoyed and not, like, I just couldn't wait for it to be over. I was so close to Googling a guy to beat him because I just wanted it to be over. I was actually just so annoyed with it, with the fight. It just felt unfair and unfun. I dodged, yeah. Oh, your vanity? That makes sense. That makes sense. Dude, what's happening?
Okay.
Today is not a good smite day. It's kind of atrocious clear, to be completely honest with you. Damn, I'm not even getting it. I thought it was gonna do enough damage.
Enemy missing middle.
I'm learning Yorm a bit here. Because I don't know the intricacies on him. Like, how much do I need to kill the first, you know, totem, stuff like that. I'm learning it. I also should have looked who I was against, because I didn't expect to be against a good player right now in the baby game. But I am.
Here we go.
Alright, it's fine. Let's just set up for Kali. I was hoping I didn't die though.
Claws haven't been trimmed in a while.
Damn, he got the kill too. First blood on my opponent. I should have popped my thorns much earlier. Like the second Bellona came into lane. Also, speaking of, Bellona jungle. With Mannequin. Dude, what is happening this game? What are we in for? Also, why is this not an instant cast? You gotta be instant cast, man. Same thing with you. Nah, yeah, this is a joke. Yeah, I made the joke because Neo really wants to do the tier lists, and people dodged twice in a row.
Enemies have returned to base. Completed.
Fucking Bellona would be there. Level 3 Bellona of all things fucking stole my blue buff, dude. Yeah, this is gonna be a shit game, I can already feel it. I'm gonna hate this. I can just fucking feel it. I might have to end the stream early. Today is not my day. Today is not my day. So much for starting early.
Jungle. Cancel that. Retreat!
Is Nike considered good into Yorm though? I wouldn't know. No? Okay. Hey, Lobster was a man. Yeah, this lane is Jover.
Enemy missing left. Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemy spotted. Here comes the big one. Completed.
Dude, I don't want to fucking say for Kali, but like Kali needs to fucking be there for blue buff.
Attack right. On my way.
Hairball.
Maybe I just need a new Q. Because this Q just seems to not be it. I'm fucking out. He didn't even jump for me, dude. He didn't even know I was fucking there. Nike's good into anyone. Well, Nike's kind of struggling if she gets her one interrupted. Like, she can still stalemate anything pretty much, but she does not feel good when her one gets interrupted.
We can be sneaky too.
Enemy missing.
Dude, why am I so slowed? What the fuck? What slowed me so much? Damn, that was a great fight. That pretty much got me back in.
Enemy spotted. Be
What's a bad matchup for Nike though? Just that's the thing. I don't think she has a bad matchup, but anything that can interrupt her or one just feels bad. I'm just out. Screw this.
Grass haven't been trimmed in a while.
I would kind of argue that it makes her makes it a bad matchup just because the majority of Nike's damage is her one. You can definitely level the two, but the big numbers come from the one usually. And who can do that in like Hercules, I guess, something like that. Hercules, I don't think Tyr can. I mean, I don't know, weird picks like Hades with a silence, just stuff like that. I feel like I'm misremembering who could be a good match or bad matchup for her. I kind of forgot.
Enemy spotted! Enemies incoming! Hairball.
on my way. Enemy ultimate incoming.
Dude, I couldn't even fucking ult. That taunt instantly got me out. I tried to just cancel my my 3, it just didn't go off in time. Before the taunt hit me. Oh. Aw, the wall.
Okay.
Sad wall.
Your left
I think one of the big problems with Nike is that she tends to need her abilities to clear the wave. She kind of almost functions like a guardian in a sense, and even just because of items, guardian is just better right now. Dude, that fucking thing just fucking disappeared. Why wouldn't it? I'm getting out.
Always good to be safe.
Alright, I'm getting tanky enough. I'm actually buying TP. I wanted Thorns early because I wanted to fight Nike. It didn't really work out. Now I've got TP. Yeah, I'm somewhat ashamed of how I've been playing today though. Actually kinda sad. I know I shouldn't be, because who fucking cares, but still. Sometimes you have bad days, it happens. When does cool full clear? He can full clear already at level 2. If you have Conduit Gem, and you have your 1-2, you one-shot the wave.
Flea protection?
It's actually
How
busted.
insulting. I do not have fleas.
Yeah, broken character? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. He's got so much pressure with the damage items currently. It's the same with Cerberus though. Cerberus also one-shots, but Cerberus has a much longer cooldown cycle, I suppose. Whereas Cthulhu still has his one.
I'm so sorry. Missing
Ally has been slain.
Didn't call missing. I'll see if I can just get the tower for this. Nike running around in mid. Tower, perhaps blue.
On my way.
Attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's fine. Not entirely wrong though. I'm playing like shit. I'll just fully upgrade TP here.
Wow, he must have choking on the meatball. Okay, so maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
Sorry.
Nah. They just all came back. The weird chasing is not good for us here. I actually don't think I should be buying this at all. Yeah, I'm selling this again. If anything, I should go Spirit Rope. Maybe even into Shifters. Actually, I'm doing Shifters. I want High Protection and then finish with Archdruid, I think.
I'm gonna leave this monster here for later.
I need the jungle.
Here comes the big one!
Ward here.
Thanks.
An enemy has been slain.
Hairball! Behind us! Enemies incoming! Right! Here we go! Hairball!
Ally has been slain.
Always good to be safe.
We just can't deal with their frontline as easily right now. I can kill Agni pretty easily, actually, but their frontline will just run down our backline super easily.
Has destroyed
It's so easy to hit the Tikis with these M-autos. Too easy. We have Kali though. That's actually something I didn't really think about that much. We have Kali. If we can just get late game. Kali needs Kali. Dude, get out. Dude, are you kidding me? Not doing that again, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a solo diff. It might have been before. Slightly. But nah, dude. Can't really chase this. Yorm also doesn't feel that good going into late game, to be honest. Even more so when you're behind. Like, I don't see why I should be top damage at this point. Like, it happens pretty often for solos, but I am not doing anything outside of team fighting right now. I don't want to hear the solo diff anymore. Not when the rest of my team can't do any damage.
Be careful,
We have Kali, man. We have Kali against 3 tanks. Kali should be top damage by a mile.
An enemy has been slain.
Last item, I actually am going to do E-Staff, I think.
Been trimmed in a while?
For once. Yeah, the Curse Weaver did the job. To Herc is kind of smorking, running at everyone.
Be careful!
I need to keep defending, boys.
Completed. Ally has been slain.
I'm just dead. Stop chasing! For no reason.
Stay here. Enjoy this fine day. Split push.
So he actually went with the don't speak option, huh? People often bring that one out when they don't have anything to respond with. Wait. I just noticed that. Kali doesn't have kins. I think I know why we're losing. Kali does not have kins. Yeah, Scylla is pretty good. It feels like Scylla is pretty good at the moment.
Your right tower is under attack. How exuberant. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Mamma mia, not again. Your Titan is under attack.
I like it definitely has been a solo div, but he's acting like it hasn't also been a support div. Like pretty much everyone got diffed, I feel like, outside of mid. Merlin played really well. Damn. Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell Kali was building. Kali played somewhat well, I would say, but I don't know what the fuck she was building. That's crazy. Yeah, my team was not happy, dude. Especially Hercules, mainly. Hercules making it sound like it was purely on their solo. He did really well, but... I don't actually even want to try through this. I don't even want to have a discussion with Hercules. The thing is, what Hercules doesn't seem to understand is that I'm not denying that Nike did better than me in this case. What I am saying is he didn't do anything either compared to the Athena. It feels like he doesn't understand that part of it. He's playing it like he's playing a solo. Killing their backline wasn't a problem when I was in the fight. Agni died when I was around. You know who didn't? You know who also died? All the fucking carries because they didn't have any peeling. That being said, I don't think it would have done a whole lot anyway. I think the biggest problem was that the people who were supposed to do a lot of damage didn't do a whole lot of damage. Like, I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this Kali build? Why do we have Asi in the first place? You don't even need Asi. Stonebringer I kind of understand, sure, you get a bunch of attack speed. What the fuck do we have dominance? What, Bewitched Dagger, dude? Emperor's Armor? I'm sorry, man, what the fuck is, what is this Kali build? There's so many good items on Akali right now. It's a split push build, but he never did. He tried it once and then he died for it. Like, I might be delusional here, but especially against 3 tanks. It's a backdoor Kali. Damn, okay. I can't say I like it, but that's fair. We were definitely a mess. Like, we didn't have any team synergy in this one.
Select your
And being against Charybdis as well as Uorm is tough, because I can't stick to Charybdis at all. She can bait my abilities out so easily, and I won't be able to really do anything. Alright. Let's see what we banned this time. Yeah, no, I 100% agree. If Kali actually built for damage, I think Bellona, like a full damage Bellona has a chance for the simple reason that she's got the block as well as the disarm. What I don't like about it is Nike would had 0 chance against a Kali. If Nike ever jumps in or does anything, she just dies to Kali, man. A Kali as well as an ADC. It's whatever. I don't really want to talk about that game. That was just off. I fucked up my early game, but I don't think that cost us the whole game. The difference was our backline couldn't respond as well to a Nike as theirs could to a Yorm. Or when we actually got to team fighting. Well, the best thing I could do was try to kill Agni or poke Charybdis, but once I had already done that, it was just kind of over. Nothing else to do for me after that. I'll do an Amaterasu game. Also, I think I should have skipped this queue, because apparently people seem to think there are hackers in this queue, so maybe there is. I think if I get another bad game, not just on my own, but like I'm on a gigantic losing streak right now. I've been playing like shit today. I think it's best if I just call it, reset. It's been a bad day, man. I think I need to call it somewhat soon anyway, because I do need to make dinner and walk the dog and all that, but yeah. A soft reset on the mind would probably be a good idea after today. Yeah, it didn't seem like Bellona was hacking to me, at least. Like when I was around her. She just had a speed buff. Like, a Fatalis speed buff Bologna is gonna be fast. We have a good test, though. If this Bologna can outrun me as Amaterasu, we might have a problem. I can test this pretty easily. It's Yor again. Okay. I wanted to play Guardian in this game, but because we picked Chrono's jungle, I decided not to do that, because we would be lacking physical damage otherwise. It's probably a TP game, to be honest. Dude. Of all the accusations, aimbotting on Bologna is definitely interesting. Of all the gods to pick if he is aimbotting, he picked the wrong god. Dude. Alright, we're pausing so he can roll a joint. Why not? Whatever, man. I'm gonna drink some water. Dude, it's Jover. I don't know what to do. We'll just have to wait and see. I didn't see anything on my end before, and I was pretty slow, and I could still catch up with him. So I'll keep an eye out. But I have to focus on not dying in my own lane. What I am hoping for is that my jungle shows up. For blue this time, so it doesn't get stolen every single time again by the level 3 Bologna.
No problem.
I lost 2 creeps. Unbelievable.
Into the frying pan. An enemy has been slain.
I'll just stick with the XP for now. I'm glad I went TP this game.
Enemies in the left jungle. Be careful left.
Okay, so maybe a little something did her someone.
OMG.
Okay. Prepared.
So kawaii.
You think you gonna just pass away like doom? You about to cross the line.
Oh, why isn't this shiny?
I can't believe he said he was gonna be here for my blue and he wasn't. I had to get it myself. It's fine though, the jungler wasn't around. We got it. I don't really mind taking the check ult there. Just leaves opportunity.
Okay. Be careful left. Retreat. Attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, I can finish it. I'm just gonna back then.
An enemy has been slain.
What about an Arctic fox?
Didn't think I could.
Gotta be
I forgot how cheap it actually is. I'm so used to items being at least like 1k to finish these days, man. Every item is so expensive to finish.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Dude, the Heimdall is the Hercules from before. Interesting.
Enemy spotted. You about to cross the line. Ultimate is ready.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
Lands refreshed.
Enemy spotted.
Alright, you know what? I'll do something else.
Attack. Okay.
Your left tower is under attack.
Mamma mia, not again.
Attack.
Your
Attack.
middle tower is under
Attack.
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 He must be choking on the meatball.
His blue is delayed by a pretty decent amount, so that's fine.
Compliments.
I'll give him what he can, what I need to give him for now. It's not really a favorable matchup for me. To fight, at least.
Compliments to the chef.
If I timed that correctly, I might actually have had it.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck. Weird frame drops.
Be careful left.
Everyone carries their tail their own way. Gotta be sneaky. Watch me. Enemies in right lane.
I should be out.
Retreat!
Enemy spotted.
Dude, my blue is just being left completely again.
Careful left.
Gotta be sneaky. Enemy spotted.
Like, I'm legitimately falling behind because my jungler is not around to be here for the fucking blue buff.
An enemy has been slain, no problem.
Again.
Ally has been slain.
I can't fucking fight back.
Bamboo.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Not being there for one blue because you're ganking, fine. Not being there for every single blue up until that point is not fine. That's batch.
Passed away like that? That was
Let's sail low at least.
Oh my goose. This is just the cutest.
be careful left.
We can definitely fight them. Depending on, I guess, what Kronos does.
Maybe a little salt beer had some.
I'm not sure how much damage he's gonna do to someone like Chuck, but...
Buon appetito!
Yeah. I'll do my blue buff.
Mamma mia, not again!
You look just like a firefly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll attack left on my way. Attack, attack.
Yeah, decent trades versus Chuck at this point.
Structure is under attack.
But yeah, it's not looking good in duo. Heim is getting real big. He's level 15. So it's looking pretty grim. That being said, he seems to be going for a interesting build. Maybe that will punish him in the later stages.
Yes. Enemy missing. Attack right lane. Follow me. Retreat. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Yes, I. Okay.
Bro, we let him get away? How are we not getting him?
Wow. He must have choked on the meat.
He just completely juked them somehow. I went for a different target for that simple reason. He should have been dead. Yeah, I might be able to be a diff here. Oh,
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I'm actually gonna rotate for this. He's so gigantic. He needs to die here.
My vigil
Don't come back
has
again.
ended.
Okay, so maybe a little softly hurt someone. Enemy missing.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it was a shutdown. I don't think his blue is up, is it? No.
I need the jungle.
I can finish Kins here, so it's a pretty big pickup for me. Unfortunate.
Enemies incoming.
She definitely is fast, but I was slow at the time there. She has speed buff, so whatever.
Follow me.
Like speed buff, what does she have? Yeah, she does have Fatalis. Of course, Heim TPs, dude. The worst fucking time. I played that so bad. I need to stop fighting Chaki so tanky, as well as just not fight him at all, because I shouldn't be. I should be killing someone else.
Or the fire giant. Enemies of the fire giant.
Kronos, go there!
Gotta be right under that bamboo.
Be careful, on my way.
Can we find some laserbacks though? No. Oh, 900 for the kill? Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell if he is hacking, because I have Frostbound. He's slow. He's slow when I hit him.
Gotta be sneaky. Right
It is not possible. On my way. Your structure allies have been slain. You live by the gun. Attack. And yet die by
One second, wait.
defend left lane. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. No problem.
We're getting some kills back here.
You look just like a firefly.
No problem.
I need 20 now.
Attack left tower. Attack left tower.
What, ball? What, ball?
You want to take this fight? Because you ain't winning it. Because you don't have Kins, and that's the big difference maker. If you're running full attack speed. He also didn't really disarm me early enough.
An enemy has been slain.
Gotta be sneaky. Everyone carries their tail their own way.
What do you guys think I should go for last item?
On my way.
Enemy tower.
No problem.
Your team has destroyed a left enemy phoenix. Your team, your middle tower is under attack.
Wingblade? Yeah, I was thinking kind of in the same line with Magi's Cloak, because they do have Heimdall, and he can just yeet me to, you know, the ends of the earth. And it's kind of going to ruin what I'm trying to do.
Enemies in the right jungle. The enemy spot completed. You about to cross the line.
isn't this shiny?
On my way. On my way.
Gotta be smart. Light on your
Not again!
He's backing. I don't want to go to them.
Listen!
on my way.
Attack! An enemy has been slain.
We need to get ready for fire here. We're winning every fight right now. He's standing still. I didn't really want to attack, but I'm sure he was typing. But Bologna and left. Okay.
Enemies in the left lane. Cross the line.
Yeah, it's very easy for Bologna to proc it. Yeah, that's a good point.
Enemy spotted.
I think I'll just dodge to it. Whatever, more damage. I'm gonna see if I can rotate over there. How about Kronos? Dude, what is he building to be that tanky? Is it the split push build? No. He just has Warlocks and
I'll gank black lane. On my way.
No problem. You look cut up, ye. You look cut up, ye.
gone.
On my way. Are we cool?
We don't need to take this fight. They gotta pick in on the opposite side. Okay, well, we took it anyway. I feel like we should go in here, but we need Kuzan to be with us. I don't know. We definitely could have ended here, but whatever. I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, Chalk has insane pressure. It's hard to win against Chalk. I'll take another one. I don't think he's hacking, guys. I have to admit. Blink as well. I have to admit, guys, I really do not think he is hacking. Damn. Did not expect them to be right there. They weren't on the ward. I was about to say, just kill the Titan, man. Damn, they waited for me to dash in. It almost felt like...
We break down, you hear?
Krona is a CIA agent. Dude. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that Bellona is hacking. If there is, like, I'll put it like this. Is there a chance that I may not know that she might be speed hacking? Maybe. I have Frostbound Hammer, once I catch up, she's dead. Pretty much every time, but it didn't seem like it. It definitely wasn't wall hacking. But whatever. I have a hard time seeing it. I'm not seeing it. All it took was armor. Just needed some armor gameplay. I am debating on whether I should skip a queue, because I don't like this queue very much. Maybe we skip a queue. I also need to check. How much did I fall? It's not a horrible, but dude. I lost like 150 MMR today. It's not been good. I had actually, you know what, I kind of take it back a little bit. The Vermonic game was great. The Vermonic game was actually really good. We just had the Blink Cupid, he was too much. Charybdis game was shit. Sri game was kind of shit. The Yorm game started bad, but actually was kind of decent going into mid game and late game team fighting. Dude, what's with the armors lately? 5-0 armor here early, 11 minutes surrender. And 10-2 armor. Armor is just OP now, I guess. Fun enough, armor does fit my playstyle very well. I just don't like her very much. Yeah, mine 2.7 to 2.3. Relatable. When I first came back, I was pretty lucky on the lucky winning streak. I got to 2.8, and then I lost and got all the way down to just 2k. I know how it feels. It was very demotivating. While I'm waiting for the queue anyway, let me give my dog some food, because he needs it real quick. I'm not gonna go anywhere, but I think I will skip a queue. So if you're waiting for me to queue, don't. If you want to just queue now, do that. If not, just wait a queue. I'm gonna get up a bit. I don't use it much when I stream, and I'm sorry if it gets picked up on the microphone because it's kind of loud, but I can't raise my table, so I'm gonna stand up a bit. Gotta be nice to your back. Can't hear anything? Okay, that's good. Because it's pretty loud, like it's squeaking very, very, very loudly. Alright, I don't know if Neo is still around, but continuing the tier list while waiting. I'll just go for this queue, it doesn't matter. What the fuck does it say? Ah, Orphan of Cause. This is pretty easy as well. I mean, of Cause is a pretty easy goated. Like the DLC of Bloodborne was so fucking good. It just legitimately had 3 of the best bosses they've ever made. They're super cool. Like lore-wise, design-wise, it's just great. And that pretty much leaves us with Dark Souls 3 next. So I feel like I almost have to wait for Neo to be here because he wanted the Dark Souls 3 boss tier list. So if Neo isn't here, I feel like I should wait. He's kind of the one who asked for this the whole time. It would be mean of me to just start without him. That being said, he can still see it. Well, I can begin. I only have 30 seconds anyway. Eudix Gundyr. The first, essentially, tutorial boss. It's probably still my favorite tutorial boss that FromSoft has made. But I also have a soft spot for Dark Souls 3 because it's the first FromSoft game that I played. So I would probably... I don't know, probably put it up here. Which is pretty high for, I think, all the other... Let's just see. Well, all the other beginner bosses. Yeah, they're right here. I'll probably put him maybe like low good then. Because I think he's better than the others. He's got a special place in my heart. Vort. Vort of the Boreal Valley. Very simple, very easy first boss. Actual boss. I would say it's average. I don't think it's bad. It's easy. It's a good boss to just start out with to get into everything. Probably in the high average. Curse Rotted Greatwood. This is very much a cool cinematically, but not very fun to play boss. It's whatever. You just smack his nutsacks until he dies. It's kind of boring. It's decent the first time around, but it's probably one of the better ones in this case. Alright, let me ban something real quick. I'll get Cthulhu out. I can't be asked to deal with it. It doesn't take that much skill to make Cthulhu a monster right now. I can't be asked. Crystal Sage. No. This guy doesn't want ADC. I mean, I could go ADC, I guess, but... Fine. I'll just do it for him.
Pick your god.
Hmm.
You have a monster for me to kill?
Jingwei. I'll do Jingwei. It's been a while. Okay. Right, so Crystal Sage is a bit on the boring side for me. I don't think it's bad. I think it's just more like, specifically for me, I can see why some people would enjoy the fight. It's just not for me. It's meh. It's a meh fight. It's pretty low on the meh as well. Deacons. Deacons is straight up a boring fight. I don't like it. It's boring. It's decent the first time, as usual. I don't think I hated the boss in the first playthrough, except for a very select few. But yeah, Abyss Watchers. Damn, why do I put Abyss Watchers? I like the boss very much. It's probably one of the first walls people run into in Dark Souls 3. I think they're nearly perfect. I think it's one of the gangbang bosses done better because there is one interference, while one is kind of crazy and is still attacking his I guess allies. Which kind of puts it in the you're still getting gangbanged by essentially two other Abyss Watchers, but there is one like third party involved in it, which is pretty cool. So it's very high. Honestly, probably up here instead. I would say it's great instead. All right. Highlight World. Very easy for me to place this one. Incredibly cool cinematically, but the boss fight itself I just don't enjoy very much. You slap his hands till he dies. It's kind of boring. But he looks incredibly cool. Design, the boss arena, everything like that is super fucking cool. And I don't hate the boss as a result of that, but it does result in me kind of not enjoying it, like a replay of it. Old Demon King. Kind of garbage. It's got some really weird hitboxes, a very boring flow to the fight. So I'll pass. I'll pass on that. I don't think it's worse than some of the things in here, but it's still kind of up there. Because it's easier than some of the things in here. You can get over with pretty quick. Pontiff. Pontiff was never one of my favorites, even though I know he's very popular. And I don't know why. Because I feel like he would be a boss that I would enjoy very much. But I don't. So, he's probably just in good. Like a low good. I legitimately think I enjoy Urix Gundyr more than Pontiff. So, he's going pretty low, unfortunately.
My arrow.
And we're in.
Take this.
What am I against? I'm guessing Horus Artemis. Man, that is an aggressive lane. Well, we definitely do not have an aggressive lane. Yikes. Oh. Alright, we'll see how long I feel like standing up. It's weird how walking for hours isn't a problem for me, but standing for like 15 minutes starts hurting. I can't stand still, man. And my dog, as usually, has placed himself like a trap right behind me. Alright, hopefully I can get a good game in here.
Slay it out there.
Minions have spawned.
Leave me to the fight.
Damn. If we had better wave clear, that was actually a double kill.
Enemy missing. Be careful, left. Be careful, right.
Oops.
Let's have some fun. Leave me to the fight.
some fun. No contest. Leave me to the fighting.
Not getting my beats that easily.
Is that all? Let's have some fun. Leave me to the fighting. No contest. Let's have some fun. Is that all?
Creeps. Creeps, chill. Alright, very good start for me.
Crawl.
But yeah, interesting. Anubis ADC, I didn't really register it much before. Shouldn't be too bad, but it definitely can be rough with beats down once you get some items online. Anubis can solo anyone.
No contest. Where you going? No amateur. Leave me to the light. Avenge me, comrades. Slay the beast.
He can probably get the Anubis. Yeah, I should have him. Oh, that sit chain CC though. Fuck, man. Ah, good shit.
An enemy has been slain.
Nice one, hotshot.
That's unfortunate. I don't think I actually got my knock up down in time, because I feel like it should have just knocked them up instantly, but it didn't. Yeah, that's true. We do have an Apollo as well in the jungle.
Ta-ta for now.
Enemy spotted.
Damn it, dude.
Is that all?
I need Horus to leave this lane.
Enemy missing middle. Your left tower is under attack.
That's good.
Enemy missing.
I don't know why he just walked at me though.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right?
Okay. Let's have some fun.
Enemy missing middle.
Now
I want to get attack speed first. I think normally on Jing, I would just go straight into the crit. get the rage online as fast as possible, but right now, while Anubis is squishy and doesn't have... Actually, I probably just need to rush the anti-attack speed thing.
I'm going to set up a trap.
Very, very nice.
Leave me to the fighting.
See if I can zone as much as possible here.
Mamma mia, not again!
That's wretched.
I radiate greatness.
Let's have some fun.
I'm just dead. Fucking dude. He's good at hitting his 2. And that non-stop 2-second cooldown, you can't avoid it. I played that. The thing is, if he misses it there, he's dead. I have my ult in response to his ult. But that was just horrible, man. I cannot let that happen. Also, he says 3 kills? I guess he got both on me and then 1 on Fafnir at some
Where
point.
are you going?
Ultimate is down.
Enemy spotted. Be careful, right? Enemy ultimate in. Enemy spotted.
I'm no amateur.
An enemy has been slain.
What the fuck, man? What do you want from me?
Congratulations, ladies and gents. We have killed a beast.
In a hurry?
No contest. Leave me to the fighting.
He's gonna heal too much. It's not really a good trade for me.
After that witch! Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Anubis is so powerful right now, man.
Is that all?
2 seconds stun is actually insane. On a CC that will kill you.
No contest. Where are you going?
Your right tower is under attack.
I hunt to kill. Is that all?
My fucking dash wasn't up in time.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Let's have some fun.
Is under attack.
Stay close. You're no use to me dead. Thanks.
Enemy ultimate.
No contest.
You must have struck on the meat. Cool, meatball. Better than one.
Oof.
Enemy ultimate down.
Terrific.
Okay. Crit's gonna help. Very much.
This will make their skin crawl.
Let's get it going. Not to mention Aegis. Because even if I somehow get hit by the 2 on Anubis again, maybe I can pre-Aegis. If I can see it almost landing. Green buff is up.
Is that all? Enemy missing right. Let's see if we can use the element of surprise. After that witch! Leave me to the front, no amateur! No contest. Avenge me, comrade. Slay the beast.
Dude, we need to get Anubis for that. Dude, you fucking shitting me? And now my farm is just all getting taken as a result.
Your structure is under attack.
I even just... Dude, where did it even come from? I fucking warded. But I knew exactly what he was doing. I saw him on the fucking map. Got my Aegis and my ult. And we lost mid tower for it too. Mid is so far behind. Tragic.
Let's have something fun.
The real tragedy here is I should have went for an assassin in this game. Imagine if I was playing Clio in this game. Anubis wouldn't stand a fucking chance.
Leave me to the front.
An enemy has been slain.
Time to send them back to hell.
Destroy the right enemy tower.
Okay, so maybe a little soft behind. Ally has been slain.
Let's have some fun.
That's too bad.
I'm going to set up a trap.
Time, he's looking for it. I'm just expecting it at this point. He's almost doing it too much. Like, I'm always expecting him around the corner at this point. Sometimes you gotta just play normal. Make them think that you're there, but you're not.
Where are you going?
Like that. That was a good bait.
I hunt to kill.
And then there's this fucking
No contest. Enemy right lane.
Some delicious pasta, huh?
we gotta respond, man.
Mwah! Compliments to the chef.
Probably just time to ward more.
Not like we really need it or anything.
It's way too easy for them just to go on me without anyone around. Fafnir could camp Anubis as well, but he's not. I fucking know it. It's too fucking obvious.
Enemy miss. Careful middle. Careful middle. Missing.
Oh, the weird lags is happening again. Yeah, dude, my ping is high again? Fuck me. Classic.
I'm no amateur.
Mamma mia, not again!
Avenge me, comrades.
Alright.
Slay the beast.
Yeah, no, this is over.
Just passed away like that?
We don't actually have a mid, I also realize.
Been slain.
Is Poseidon their mid? I think he is. And I never have actives. It was definitely a mistake going on Poseidon without any actives. After ulting. But I had to. I'm trying to make something happen, because otherwise nothing is happening. What the fuck is he building? He's attack speed. Oh, Artemis is their mid, I see. Yeah, I did miss some autos that shouldn't have been missed. I don't think they would have finished him off unless they both crit, though. I'm getting this.
Leave me to the fighting. Is that all? After that witch! Let's have some fun!
Dude, they all have blink. You can't actually get away. You can't try to make plays, because someone's just gonna blink after you.
Maybe a little soft behind some. Time to go bye-bye! Okay. Shush!
It might be Jover, boys. I wouldn't really say just mid. I do think, like, I think Fafnir's playing alright, but I do think the Horus is doing way more. Horus is controlling one lane completely by himself. By just being on me. I'm not able to do anything because of it. This could be a good fight. They're all getting pretty low. And we have two people flying in.
Leave me to the fighting. Where you going? Let's have some fun. Avenge me, comrades.
Of course he's back.
Slay the beast.
Rip a kid! Mwah! Compliments to the chef. Deicide!
I don't think I want to surrender because their comp is weird too. I think we can win, but I need to stop being over aggressive and dying.
An ally has been slain. It is time for the main course!
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
The team is falling apart. It's not good.
No contest.
Joker on the meatball.
Defend the fire giant. Attack the minions.
Good work!
I'm just gonna push. I need 20.
me to the fight.
Your team, your middle tower. Two meatballs is better than one.
Let's see if we can use the element of surprise. Let's have some.
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down. Now I'm ready. Are you?
Dude. To be fair, meeting Kleino on Hades as well is not fair when I myself don't have a good team. I can't deal with him at all. This game is so unbalanced in this matchup, unfortunately.
Grazie a Dio. Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Chuck's being pathetic about it. If matchmaking fucked up and put someone in the game where they shouldn't be, it's whatever, it happens.
You threw the pizza fire.
Let me spawn. They might let me spawn.
After that witch.
Yeah, Jack losing his mind. I mean, everyone in this game kind of just... Yeah. The only one who's kind of acting normal is Fafnir. He didn't say anything. It's not worth it, man. I think I can do one last game before I gotta go. I think it was pretty much a good game already from the beginning. The second, there's two big flags that I see happening from our team that kind of screwed everything up. Obviously, mid having zero pressure is pretty bad. But the ADC Anubis being completely ignored should never happen. Dude, he's actually a free kill running around. You know what happens if you get the Jingwei fed into the Anubis? That whole lane loses all his fucking towers, as well as Anubis just dying on cooldown. Like, he's not... If he's behind, he won't try to force my beats the whole time. If he is, he will more than likely die for it. Jingwei has 3 ways of kind of negating the Anubis ultimate. I obviously have my beats Aegis, I also have my ult. And that's only if he actually lands it too. If I get to the point where I'm a full item ahead of Anubis, which I absolutely should have been in a matchup like this, with any jungler maybe outside of an Apollo, it's kind of tough. Like, Apollo's not a bad jungler, and we definitely could have just killed the Anubis over and over again. If mid didn't work, ignore it. Go camp something else, but I didn't see anything else really happening. Anubis died 7 times only. And this was with, what, me and Fafnir mainly, and a few times where Anubis, Apollo did come over. Like, we even saw how easy it was. That being said, Horus was babysitting the shit out of the Anubis as well, which didn't make it easy either. And it made my life more difficult. Because I died many times when I shouldn't have, for the simple reason that he came over. Matchmake can be decent. I do think, actually, on that note, I am skipping this queue. Because I think this lobby at the moment is fucking shit. It's real bad. Skill levels are all over the place. I should have done it when I thought about it before. What's your MR? 2600 at this point. I've lost 200 today or something like that. Also, guys, what the fuck is this? Not a single word on 3 people? At least buy 1, man. Also, give me a second. I need more water. Oh, the Anubis is well known for ghosting streams. Almost doesn't surprise me with the way he's been acting today. Alright, let's pull this back up. Can I? Oh, I wasn't even showing the whole thing. Oh man. Some of it was actually going outside of the frame. Shit, man. Probably didn't matter a whole lot, but still. Okay. Continuing. I still don't think Neo is back or is here in any way to get his Dark Souls 3 tier list here, but Aldrich, pretty simple. I think it's garbage tier. Did I hate it more than I hated Lawrence though? I'm not sure. Probably not, because I thought Lawrence was harder. Lawrence was pretty difficult for me. Aldrich still also really sucks, but at least it's easier than Lawrence. Okay. Yorm. Yorm is cool lore, kind of whatever. It's either, actually it's kind of both, like he's in these two equally. Cool cinematically, but kind of meh. And it kind of enhances it if you've done the quest lines in the game as well. That would be cool. Or that is cool. Dancer. The Dancer is goated. Dancer is so good. Like aesthetically, it is so incredibly unique. The way it moves, as it is pretty much just dancing or like walking underwater. The way the sound is kind of muted in the arena itself is so cool. Absolutely amazing boss. Osiros is very quickly a cool lore meh boss for me. Osiros was pretty cool in terms of just listening to his voice lines as well as how like his design. And yeah, but it didn't really. It wasn't particularly fun to actually fight. Champion Gundyr. It's different enough to not be an overused thing. Because it is pretty much a different. It's the same boss, but with a phase 2 compared to Eudex Gundyr. But I don't think the phase 2 is that good. I'll probably put him below Eudex Gundyr. So probably like high average somewhere. Probably like here. Dragon Slayer armor. Dragon Slayer armor is very cool. I actually think it's it's a near perfect boss. It's not super hard, but it's super well telegraphed. Everything it does like makes sense for you to kind of tell before it happens, and it's just the flow is great. I love a good fight. For me, usually means a good flow. What does that entail? It usually entails having easily telegraphed attacks as well as not being overwhelmed completely with attacks, while still kind of giving you time to breathe. And the flow is just it has a bit of everything. It feels like a dance with the boss rather than just a fight. Like you get a few hits in, then they get a few hits in maybe, or like you get the chance to dodge a few times or jump or whatever the case may be. That's pretty much what I like about it, or like a deflect if we're talking Sekiro, all that stuff. Lothric. Specifically Younger Prince. Wait, is there... Why does it say specifically Lothric Younger Prince? I'm assuming these are just the twin princes? Why would it only be one of them? I am unsure as to why it only says one. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I do think Lothric princes are a near perfect boss. The problem with this boss only, for me, is that the camera freaks out at times, because the boss can teleport. The boss not only teleports, it also kind of just... It throws a lot of shit you at the same time, especially when you hit second phase. Suddenly there is magic flying around as well as one of the bosses teleporting, so the camera will just instantly do like a 180. And then suddenly what you knew was happening, you no longer know what's happening because it's suddenly behind you, and it's just camera is a bit of a mess on this boss. But it's too good to not be this high on the list, I think. Ancient Wyvern, it's meh. I like the idea and what they were trying to do with it, but it's kind of just like the arena itself is the boss. You run a long like path to get to the boss and just one shot it. It's cool idea and concept, I think, but execution is kind of meh. Nameless King is one of my favorite FromSoft bosses of all time. Probably higher than Dancer for me here. I need to swap some things here, I think. Probably... I don't know, he might actually be higher for me than even these. It's probably more accurate like this. I really, really love Nameless King. I think it's awesome. I will say though, as a small side thing, I don't think it's as big of a problem on Nameless King, but Nameless King definitely had some camera problems as well at times. Soul of Cinder. Soul of Cinder is awesome. I pretty much think it's an S. Like it's kind of hard. I don't think it's on par with the rest of these bosses, so I think I have to put it here. Probably just like top near perfect. But I don't really think I have a clear flaw with it. Maybe like the only flaw would maybe be that you can kind of RNG it and get it really easy or really hard. But that's also kind of cool. I feel like that's kind of a plus to a certain extent. That it's so different. Because he stand swaps to a bunch of different stuff. You can get the really easy ones and the really hard ones. So. Champions, Tender, and Grave Tender and Wolf. Damn. When they're too long, the text is so small. This is kind of a meh boss, I think. Actually, no, maybe it's average, because the wolf comes in. You're just fighting an NPC, but there's also a wolf. And the wolf is kind of on steroids. So yeah, I think I'll just place it in low good. No, it's not the same as those two, I think, actually. I'll throw it here. Sister Freed. I mean, I don't think it could be anywhere else but goated. Sister Freed is a very, very difficult boss. But it's also such a well executed boss. Oh, let me bend real quick. I think I need to try hard, man. I'm actually losing way too much. What am I thinking here? Cthulhu Band. Might mean Cerberus. There's also the Whale, but I think the Whale does have some bad matchups that might be troublesome. I'm definitely done doing Yorm. I can't fucking be asked to do Yorm. I'd rather do Sobic. Chuck? Dude, is this gonna be Yor again? I'm tired of dealing with these unkillable warriors. Arthur, Chuck. At least it's not Cocolan, I guess. It's so boring though, but I think I have to go Cerberus just for that. Alright. Next we have Demon Prince. I mean, isn't it called something different? Isn't it Princess? Like, it's two of them. But yeah, Demon Prince, honestly, arguably my favorite of the gangbang fights. Like, because one will always be passive and one will always be aggressive. I think that's such a cool concept. One will stay back and do some range stuff here and there, but one will mainly be focusing around you. I think that's, like, the flow about it is really cool. And the fact that they're really big as well makes it, for some reason, easier for me to focus on just one. I actually have always really enjoyed the Demon Princes. Let me fix this real quick. I think that's good. Okay. Half-Light Spear of the Church is an NPC or PvP fight, so garbage here for me. Don't really care about it. Also, it's too RNG to really, you know, rate the fight, I feel like. The Dark Eater Midir. My problem with Midir is that I feel like the health is way too high. Midir is the biggest, for me at least, sponge god there is in all of the FromSoft games. It just feels like a damage sponge for the most part. It's not even that hard, I think. But it has so much HP that it becomes an endurance fight. And I don't really like that all that much. Like, it's kind of... It's good, I think. It's not bad, but it puts it quite a bit down for me. I just don't really enjoy the fight that much. It's fine. Alright. Slave Knight Gale. This one is definitely easier for me. He is my favorite Dark Souls 3 boss. Arguably my favorite boss in all FromSoft games. I'm not sure anyone will actually dethrone him. Everything is just perfect. Lore, design, like what you're doing there. It's too perfect. And actually with that, Dark Souls 3 done. And thinking this is probably going to be my last game of Smite as well. So let's focus on that, and I can always continue the list. Or I will continue the list next time. Okay. What is happening here? They have a one-man front line with a Chuck. Where's the Outwash going? Or the Ra? Could be Ra solo, I guess. If it is, that's going to be a very easy matchup for me. I mean, if it's Outwash, it's also very easy, but I'm kind of getting the feeling that it's going to be an Outwash support. To be honest.
Hello.
No.
Good luck.
No.
Time to exterminate.
Good work, I guess.
I'm also getting really hungry. Pretty much only ate breakfast. Then I decided that I wasn't gonna eat lunch and just stream instead. All things considered, I don't regret streaming early, but it has been a rough fucking stream day, I think. It's been probably one of the, like, kind of worst rank days I've had in a while, being on a loss streak, while I feel like I've been unable to really help my team winning. Outside of just that one Amma game. I just haven't... I feel like I lost the coin toss on the teams, I guess is my point. I've been side laning in every game. So either solo or ADC. And my mids / jungle just haven't been able to really pull off today.
Out of mana.
Truly unlucky.
It happens sometimes, but when you only lose, it still gets me a little bit. I need some wins, because otherwise I just end up getting baby gamed. I would like to get into the better games. If I can.
spotted. Gank. That is get him, Chewie!
You can't stand the heat! Get out of my kitchen!
You is under attack.
You'll be a wealthy god.
Okay, so maybe a little softy at some.
Damn, you really just cannot get the jump off in time. It's so fucking slow in the animation.
End is simply a new beginning.
Cool, meatballs. It's better than one.
The power of a true god. Have fun.
He does have TP.
Enemy spotted. Be careful. On my way.
Middle tower.
Retreat left lane. Be careful. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane.
They're both solo.
Never drop your
Any rotation Erlong would have been great. But no, I guess not. It's always their jungler actually doing their job. I'm tilting, guys. Where's my jungler? Dude, my jungler today don't fucking exist.
Gank.
Right lane.
on my way.
An enemy has been slain. Wow! Compliment to the chef.
It's fine. I'll kill them next time.
Okay.
He must have choking on the meatball.
Middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Does have a small XP lead on me here, unfortunately.
Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Enemy ultimate. Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemies have returned to base.
On my way.
That fucking Chalk skin is so bad. I hate the rain effect.
What do you want?
Forgive me.
Of course, they're incoming left. Probably lost my blue then, if they're coming left. Or jumped in the middle of his tower. Yeah, you do need some restraint for sure. I mean, you get used to it, but... Oh, no one came left.
Okay, okay. Okay. Ally has been slain.
On my way.
Ward here! Penniless!
Retreat.
Ward here.
Good. It's upset with you.
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy in left lane!
Okay.
Classic.
Enemy missing.
Oh, trees!
Okay.
Enemy missing. Right.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
That's bad. Yeah, he's starting to do a lot of damage now. He's living the axe too, which is kind of weird in this day and age.
Enemy has been slain.
I will cherish this!
It's gonna be a bit easier once Curse Weaver is online.
Choking on the
Penny, penny!
Sorry.
You are welcome. You're welcome.
Mamma mia, not again!
Enemies missing left!
Defend.
Not a problem.
Silence. You are welcome. That is...
Get him, Chewie!
Okay.
Rotten to the core. Rotten to the core. Rotten to the core.
On my way.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spot. Enemy spot. Enemy spot.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, no. Okay, dude.
For a moment,
Oh man. Alright. Dude, I'm done taking risks for my teams today. It hasn't worked out even though I've done what's needed.
Retreat.
That being said, I could have pressed my thorns. I'll take some blame for that. Alright. I'm sitting back down.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball.
Well, Curse Weaver online. Yeah, didn't Thorns? Oof, man. Yeah, I don't think he would live either, to be honest.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy
I was thinking my ult probably wouldn't finish him off, but with Erlang around, he should have been dead. Like 2 autos from Erlang should have just finished him.
Be careful, middle.
Fighting is bad. That's not what best friends do.
Compliments to the chef.
Retreat. Rotten to the core.
An ally has been slain.
Dare you? Punished. Yes. Yes.
Your right tower is under attack. I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Cancel that. Completed.
No Chuck ult, huh? That's so weird. Why would he not ult me? I would have had to respond with my ult. My dash was down.
Attack. Middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy in left lane.
Silence.
He's the support.
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
Alright, I'm in a good spot now. Breastplate is gonna really make things better, but now that I have Blink 2, it's gonna be great.
Yes. I am the Dark Void.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy spotted.
No. Attack.
Dude, I was like, what the fuck is laying there? It's fucking upward skin. With whatever the fuck that is.
I just wanted to see it. It would have made a great friend. Enemy spotted.
Dude, why are you even prioritizing me with that?
Attack.
Almost surprising Cronus is top damage, to be honest. With how much I've been clapping, well, breathing, I guess, at Chuck.
Retreat.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack B. Gold Fury and ammunition.
Oh, enemy missing left. Two. It's out with
Joker
you.
on the meatball. An enemy has been
Attack
slain.
B. Gold Fury.
Be careful.
Retreat. Retreat.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
Yes. Please. It was so good. Retreat.
Alright. Alright, my team is winning, for the most part, winning at least. It's been pretty even in this game, it looks like, so. Good to see it. Finally, my mid and jungle isn't getting stomped. That was unexpected and very lucky that my one still landed on him. I'm not gonna be careful left. Ao Kuang's dead. No one can fucking touch me. Like this is mine. Oh, never mind. It's not mine because I was betrayed.
Retreat, right lane.
Mamma mia, not again!
I will rise again from the ashes, from my failure.
Ao Kuang came fucking back, man. If I knew he was coming. That sucks. Not really much I could have done about that, unfortunately. I just died before my ult even went off. Dude, he did this much damage in like, I don't know, 1 second. Fucking Ao Kuang. Yeah, like the one hit him with, like it was a full one. Meaning it hits 3 times. Dude, don't fucking take my waves now. Also, it just got suddenly really fucking dark. I think the sun went away. Yeah, it did. Dude, what is happening up there? I have to rotate. That's still winning, I guess, so whatever. For now.
Now it is time for punishment. Hellfire will engulf all who have
Wait, it hit him before? If you can, check a clip of that. Because I didn't see that it did. That's kind of crazy. Dude, if Jack comes, we can't do this. I don't think we can do this. Like, why? I don't know why the fuck our 2 ADCs just rotated away.
Will this make me look like a handsome bumper?
no attack. Enemy spotted.
I'm turning on some light.
Gank.
Okay, there we go.
On my way.
Oh, that stun what came at the worst fucking time, man. Fuck it. I'm getting out. No one wants to tank this fucking tower. Except for me, I guess. Also, it's definitely time to mute the Chronos. I don't usually mute people, but that guy's spamming the VGS way too much.
Cancel that. Attack. Attack the Titan.
A bit too late for clipping. You can probably still clip it. You can still clip it. Just gotta go to the bot.
Okay. I'm going for jungle attack.
I also need to use my blink more, dude. I'm not blinking this game. I'm just playing overall bad. I apologize to myself for the poor display.
Your middle on my way. Get him, Chewie!
I blinked.
Attack the gold fury!
Attack. Attack. Fire. Giant.
I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Your life just ticking away.
Dude. So fast. Oh, Push is unironically really good against Cerberus for the simple reason that I cannot stop healing. It is gonna happen no matter what. So I will just take that extra damage. I'm not even doing anything this game. I don't know what's happening, but something's happening. Okay, I can buy a bit more than.
On my way.
And how are we today? I forgot to answer that question, but there's a reason for that, I guess. It's not been a good rank day. Let's put it like that. I've been very disappointed with how I've been playing today. Still am. It's been pretty rough. I've had a few good games, but even in those games, I played a bit weird, so... It's been a while, but I'm having an off day. It happens sometimes.
Attack. Ward the fire giant.
Okay.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Gank. Middle lane.
On my way.
Embraced by divine another chance to complete
Present ability.
I bit their butt. Am I good for purpose?
Attack the Titan.
Yeah.
My journey in this form. And you wasted it.
I don't even know what happened this game. Something happened, and I guess I was just in it. What does the item of the Warlocks do? It is called Curse Weaver, and it places a curse on someone you hit with an ability. Maybe maybe it doesn't even have to be an ability. I'm not actually sure about that. But when you hit someone, it places a curse for them for 4 seconds. If they use an ability, they take damage. Yeah, and it's very, very broken. It is very, very good. Well, very broken maybe is a bit rough, but it's very powerful. It is broken. Especially when you combine it with, like, it's based on health, yeah. Those numbers are too high. The thing is, it was really good last patch as well, but no one used it, so they just buffed it. And I said it the second I saw the patch notes, now this item is broken. Yeah, based on your HP. So people build Warlock Sash and they build a bunch of health, and then you just... Like, it usually doesn't do much more than like 350-ish to maybe max 400, but that's a big number when you're already a full tank dealing a lot of damage. So, yeah, it's very good. It has a 12-second cooldown. So, you can't... Like, usually in a fight, especially as a frontline, it won't happen much more than like once or twice. But once is enough. It's incredibly good on Cerberus, Cthulhu, kind of, I mean, not super much on Yorm, I think, but this is because Yorm is kind of weird. So yeah. They reported them? I don't really know what fuck happened this game, and I don't care. I'm out. It's over. Alright, where we're ending up today? 2676. Where did I start today? I'm pretty sure I started in the early 2800s. Today was just not a good rank day. No, your basics proc everything now. Well, is everything? I'm not sure if it's everything, but like you can go tell kinds. They did buff it, yeah. He was really good for like one day, and then everyone was like, no, your is still just kind of weird. You can build Telkines, the item that does like extra damage on every auto, and it is really fun, but it's super shit when you hit late game. It's really good for lane pressure, but it's really not good otherwise. I mean, it's probably not good anymore just because of Curse Weaver being much better. The worst part is I still want to play, but I think the games today have been bad enough for me to simply think I need to stop. Like, I can show my history here. Even if it wasn't on myself, some of these games were horrible. Jingwei was not on me, there wasn't anything happening in this game from my support and my mid. The Yorm game, I fucked up early, but it was fine late, but we didn't have anyone else really picking up the slack anyway. Sri Lanka game was just straight up bad. Caribbean game was just straight up bad. The Mana game was really good, actually. And so was the Alma game here. So, overall, I'm disappointed. Do I care that much? No, I don't. But I do obviously want to have fun. And I don't have fun when I am playing bad, I guess. I get disappointed in myself when I know I can just do better. So, I'll end it here, but thank you guys so much for watching as always. I really appreciate it. I'm pretty sure I'll be back tomorrow. If not, I'll tweet it out, as usual. So, yeah. Bye.